was the highest approval for Indians and for India is in Israel among all the countries in the world. I think it was 70% to 71%. Were you surprised, and what would you attribute this to? Because 30 years ago, this would have been a different statistic.
So, I don't know, the numbers maybe surprised me to be the highest, but beyond that, I think that our relations are based very strongly on the people-to-people sentiments. When I came here, it's my sixth posting as a diplomat, third as ambassador. In many of the countries where I served, there were strong pockets of support to Israel. There were also some people who opposed my country. In India, I feel it's the widest popular support towards Israel. So here it's going both ways, at least in my feeling here. This is a very strong basis of the relation. So there are also practical cooperations which are extremely important, of course, but the emotional side is very strong. And I think that in Israel there is a lot of also, there is this tendency for quite many years, people when they leave their military service, they try to come to India, in general to South Asia, but India is a long station here for a few months. It's as I call it, a full immersion backpacking tour, and there are quite
many. They have to go to Manali.
So the Hummus Trail, we call it the Hummus Trail, the place where they go, but you know, these people are already generations, so they bring their children out, and they have relatively deep knowledge of the culture here and appreciation and love to India. There are people who are serial visitors that they come, not every year, every vacation they have an opportunity, they come to India. So I'm not totally surprised.
How much of it is because of Fauda? The lead actor was there in our office a few weeks ago. I think he's in a mainstream Bollywood movie now.
Yeah, so Fauda, again, I think it's many values, and each one has, when I speak to people here in India, each one has his own explanation why he admires Israel. Some technology, being a strong technology hub, being a very small country, surviving against a lot of hostility in the region and thriving, and so each one has their own narrative. I buy all the narratives, most of the narratives I accept, as long as they support Israel and support our great relations, so I'm there.
All right, I want to see if we have some audience questions for the ambassadors. Yeah, Sharon, my colleague, is there.
Yes, Zaka, we have a question over here.
Shalom, Ambassador. So we both agree that rural development and agriculture are cornerstone of any nation's development in the future. And Israel has been working hard with our teams here to develop centers of excellence and things like that. What are the niche technologies which Israel would be keen to partner with India to take the Indian story of rural development and agriculture ahead in the years to come, and is something mapped out in the next 10 years? You can let us know, please.
So we have, it's true, we have about 30 centers of excellence in agriculture all around the country, and we are another 15 in the making. So this is quite a lot. These are technologies that are adequate to the small farmers. The big challenge here of taking India to the future is finding a way of consolidating to bigger farms. The small farms you cannot introduce. It's not the farmer cannot afford or does not have the ability to absorb the high-tech technology that there is today. So I think consolidating to bigger farms will be an issue. Israel went through this process itself, but unlike India, we don't have this many years of culture of agriculture coming from grandfather to father to son, to father to son to grandchild. So all that is very hard culturally to consolidate to bigger farms, but I think it will be a need of the future sometime. What we are putting a lot of effort here is into water management. So being probably the #1 leader of the world in water management because of the scarcity, we know, and we have the only water attaché in the world in the embassy, in order to help in water planning. So the execution will be done by India, but a lot of the technologies are technologies that we use, the reuse of water. We reuse 90% of our water, we repurpose it to agriculture. The loss of water here is too high. So many elements in India that I think in water, improving the quality of the water, the availability of the water, and the usage of the water to the right, adapting the right the right agriculture to the right water resources and the climate and everything. So we are doing quite a lot of work in these fields.
All right. I believe one more question. Where is Sharon? Sharon has the mic.
So we have a question for the Greek ambassador to India over here.
Hello, Ambassador. My name is Augustine, and Greece and India, we are very old civilization. And I happen to travel all over East, in Greece and into the island nations of yours, island places of yours, and I've seen that Greece has changed over time. Probably your immigration policy has sort of backfired, and we have in India a great working population and a peaceful working population. So how are you looking at reworking your immigration policies?
That's a core debate, not just in Greece, across Europe. How are you dealing with that challenge?
Okay, there are two issues, two sides here. The one is irregular migration, and the other side is legal, regular migration, lawful migration. Anyway, to put it straight and very simply, at this very moment we are working with Indians in order to complete an agreement of migration and mobility, in order to bring Indian workers, Indian scientists, and Indian people to work to Greece and to live in Greece and to work for the Greek economy. This is our point of view, and all Indians are welcome in Greece.
All right. Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, the ambassadors of Israel and Greece.
Thank you, ambassadors. Thank you, Zaka. Next, a change of flavor, a break from the discussions around diplomacy, and a very short sojourn into the world of culture. Our next guest is a 3-time Grammy Award winner. He is someone whose own diverse life story reflects India's multiplicity. I'm not going to tell you his name. We're going to show you a very short video.
Namaskar everyone! Namaste everyone!
Thank you to Ricky Kej for supporting a better, safer, more prosperous future.
Ricky Kej, our champion for nature.
I take this opportunity to say thank you to Ricky Kej. Ricky has been inspiring and is one of our champions.
My brother Ricky, I'm really proud of you as always.
Here was a man full of energy who was ready to work with these young people and happy to bring hope back to their lives.
And the Grammy goes to Winds of Samsung.
I'd like to thank the Recording Academy. Asatoma Satgamaya Om Shanti 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 Om. Thank you.
And the Grammy goes to Stuart Copeland and Ricky.
In India, we've got a saying called as Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which literally means the world is one family. Live in peace with all entities on this planet, whether it is the animals, the wildlife, the forest.
Stuart Copeland, Divine Tide, and Ricky Kej!
Namaste and thank you.
Climate change is absolutely real. Climate change is human-induced, and our actions are affecting countries on the other side of the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage 3-time Grammy Award winner Ricky Kej in conversation with my colleague Shivani Gupta.
Thank you, Ricky, for being here, and thank you to our lovely audiences as well.
Ricky, as we just saw in this AV presentation, you talked about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which is interestingly the motto of the Indian G20 presidency. I want to begin by asking you, you have this bent where you propagate Indian philosophy, including our Indian philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Tell me, where does that come from? Why do you have this bent that you go around the world and share this Indian philosophy?
So first of all, a huge honor to be interviewed by you here.
Thank
As you know, I'm a huge fan of yours.
Honor is all mine.
So, growing up, I've always been two things. I've been an environmentalist and I've been a musician. These are two pillars that have pretty much dictated my life and all of my life decisions. And coming to Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that's at the heart of our civilization, at the heart of our traditions, at the heart of who we are as Indians. And Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam literally means the world is one family, as all of us know. It means coexistence, and if you have to literally translate it into English. For some reason, when we think about coexistence, we only think about living in peace and harmony among all of us human beings. Because somewhere along our journey of being human beings all over the world, we've forgotten that we are not the only species on this planet. We're just one among millions and millions of species. And true Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam has always meant living in absolute peace and absolute harmony with every single entity on this planet, whether living or non-living. So not only among all of us human beings, which we're not doing a very good job of right now, but also among all life, the forest and wildlife, and also the elements of nature, that is the land we walk on, the water we drink, the air we breathe. So this is something that I believe that if we practice true coexistence and true Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that is one earth, one family, one common future, then all of these environmental problems will be history.
So share a little bit about your journey, because you grew up in Bengaluru, right? And you even studied Indian classical music when you were here. How did the switch happen to, to being abroad and the music you do now? And how has that journey been like? First of all, share your experience as an Indian when you first ventured outside of India.
So of course, growing up in Bangalore and also, doing non-mainstream music, not doing Bollywood music, not doing what is considered to be pop music in India. Creating music from the heart, creating music based on my own thoughts, my own philosophy, mainly about the environment and nature. Things like the Grammy Awards and things like, these kind of international recognitions were unattainable dreams, or things that I did not even think were my goals, or, things that I would just watch on television and that was the end of it. But then again, winning my first Grammy Award in 2015 was absolutely amazing. It was a huge pat on my back, and and it gave me a lot of encouragement to do things further. But everything that I do around me is Indian because I make music from the heart. So an Indian like me, when I make music, it is always going to be Indian. It's just like, let's say if we have to take a comparison, if an Indian person is making food for his or her family, they want to make like a pasta, very authentic Italian pasta. They'll have the best of ingredients and, and the best quality stuff and, a very authentic pasta. But then, just before it goes to the dining table, into the hands of the family, there'll be a little bit of chili powder and turmeric powder thrown in.
Or maybe a sprinkle of dhania, fresh dhania. Exactly,
a sprinkle of some coriander or something like that. So that's exactly how I am as a person. No matter how much I try to make music that is completely and authentically Western, there'll always be an Indian element in everything that I do. So I guess that's how, growing up in India, I'm an Indian musician, and that's all that I can define myself as.
But can I ask you, how is it when you started working with non-Indians, if I can put it like that, to make your music, co-produce and co-make your music? What is the difference that you see from the time when you first ventured out to today? Because, as we celebrate India's G20 presidency, the one thing that everybody is talking about is India's place in the world and how Indians are seen and perceived in the world. So could you share, has that changed over the years in your experience?
So again, these are strictly my own personal opinions. So when I started off collaborating with musicians in the West, it was always a sprinkling of Indian music. The music would be primarily Western, and there would be a little bit of a sitar thrown in, or a little bit of a tabla thrown in. So it was just flavoring that they wanted to make it feel a little exotic. But now there is a little bit of mainstreaming of Indian culture and Indian traditions and Indian musical traditions all over the world. So, And this cannot be isolated from what is happening in India in general. Because being a United Nations, global goodwill ambassador and traveling around the world on environmental causes, working with various agencies like the WHO, with the UNCCD, with the UNFCCC and with UNICEF, I've realized that in the past what would happen is that India was always on the sidelines when it came to making these important, these important international decisions and these intergovernmental decisions. And now India is not only participating very actively but taking leadership, and that is trickled down into all of our into arts and culture too, where we are taking the leadership right now. It's very easy to collaborate with Indian musicians, and people have started realizing that, because we Indian musicians are the best at improvising in the whole world.
Like everything else.
Like everything else, exactly. So we're easy to work with in any way, and that's also with arts and culture. You can give us a piece of rock music and we'll be able to play a top line on that. We'll be able to play a sitar solo on it. We'll be able to make it our own, And, and so right now the collaborations that are happening between Indian musicians and the Western musicians and our counterparts over there is now more like 50-50% collaborations, where there's a mutual respect and admiration for both cultures, and both cultures are equally respected. So that's what I'm seeing right now, that, that right now we are being taken far more seriously, and we are taking leadership when it comes to arts and culture.
Absolutely. I do want to ask you, coming back to environmentalism and, the Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam philosophy, one world, one family, one future philosophy. India currently is playing a huge role in that. I mean, despite being a developing country, we want to lead the world when it comes to that message. I remember the Prime Minister recently said, you can milk nature, but you shouldn't be abusing nature. Obviously, there is a relationship where humans need nature and you can milk it, but not to a level where it becomes abuse. And obviously, India's climate change goals or climate goals, India is setting great pace in that. How do you see that, since you believe so strongly in it? Do you feel that India is doing what it can do and can play a leadership role in this regard?
No, definitely. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, is very, very committed towards these climate goals, and and is a very, very strong environmentalist from the heart. That's what I have seen in him. At the same time, there are so many things that India is doing, whether it's the Solar Alliance or whether it is, whether it is our commitment towards reducing plastics pollution. We tabled a plastics resolution at the UN Environmental Assembly, nitrogen resolution. So we are taking a huge leadership when it comes to all of this. But what excites me the most is the life mission of Prime Minister Modi. Because the life mission is absolutely amazing, because I've always believed, and I've said this time and again for many years at a lot of my concerts, if any of you have come to my concerts, I constantly repeat this, that the biggest threat to us as a species is the constant thought that we have that somebody else will make a difference. We're always waiting for governments, for intergovernmental bodies, for NGOs, for corporations to make a difference, when the truth is that the only way we can bring about meaningful change is if we change ourselves. And the reason why we don't change ourselves is not because we're evil people, it's simply because we have not empowered ourselves to believe that the small, tiny, incremental changes that we can make within our own lives actually matter. And that's what this life mission is all about by Prime Minister Modi, that, it's all about putting the power back in our own hands, in the individual's hands, to be the change that they want to see in this world. And it's about buying, not just buying anything that you see, buying only things that you need, with a lot of deliberation, with a lot of mindfulness, and reusing everything, upscaling everything. So I believe that this is something that is really, which will really capture everybody's imagination everywhere in the world, and this will bring about meaningful change.
Do you see India finally taking a leadership role, not just in this sphere, but generally? We just had a very successful moon landing as well. We are now aiming for the sun. You are winning Grammys every year for us, so you're representing us as well. And there is so much in arts and culture, or science and technology, in politics and diplomacy. Do you see that India is moving closer to its goal of Vishwaguru and Vishwamitra?
I think that's already there. It's already there in a huge way. I mean that India's looked upon as a complete leader when it comes to arts and culture. It is an ancient,
Actually, I wanted to ask you, sorry to interrupt you. When people look at India, they look at it how? Especially for an artist like you, do they look at India as an ancient culture that has a lot of knowledge to give, or a land of great arts and culture,
or today they look at it as the most populous country in the world, which is a great economic market, or a science and technology hub. How do you think the world views us?
I think the world views us with a lot of respect, especially when it comes to our musical talent. When an Indian musician plays abroad, especially a classical musician, you know, they are given tremendous respect for their skill, especially their skill, as I mentioned, when it comes to improvisation and when it comes to completely and absolutely wowing an audience. So recently, as you may know, I did this version of the Indian national anthem where...
I'm going to come to that. I was saving it for the last, but anyways, go ahead.
So I did this version of the Indian national anthem where I conducted a 100-member British orchestra, that is the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra. And of course, I've collaborated with the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra a few times in the past, and they are my favorite orchestra in the world. And when I told them this idea that let's record the Indian national anthem with a 100-piece orchestra, they were of course very excited about it. And the reason why I wanted to record the Indian national anthem with a symphony orchestra is that India is like a symphony orchestra if you look at it as a country, because in a symphony orchestra you've got varied instruments, like you've got a violin, which is a soft instrument, then you've got a timpani, which is a loud instrument, you've got a harp, soft instrument, you've got a tuba, which is a very, very loud instrument, and every instrument has got their own unique personality. A violin is not trying to be a tuba is not trying to be a timpani is not trying to be a harp is not trying to be a euphonium. But at the same time, when all of them play together, you know, they sound absolutely beautiful and in beautiful harmony, and they sound as one. So everybody is not trying to be each other, but everybody is maintaining the unique personality, but somehow the whole thing is working together. And that's how I believe India is as a country, and that's how people view India everywhere else in the world. So that is why I wanted to bring this symphony orchestra as an absolute metaphor as to what India is as a country.
Absolutely, that's great. Share a little bit about that experience. What does it mean when you play the Indian national anthem with a 100-piece orchestra? You know, what does that do to you?
So on a personal level, everybody in the, I mean, of course, the anthem became quite popular, so everybody in the country watched it as a video, but I was in the room when that 100-piece orchestra was actually playing it, and I was completely mesmerized, goosebumps everywhere, and you know, and it was absolutely amazing. And I really wanted to work with this particular orchestra, the Royal Philharmonic, for this particular piece, and at Abbey Road Studios. And of course, the added the added narrative of the whole thing was that, you know, that after ruling us for 200 years,
I know the subtext was huge.
The subtext was huge, that, you know, that it felt good that a British orchestra was playing our Indian national anthem. And I even mentioned this to the orchestra before they actually played the national anthem, and they were very respectful about it, and they really wanted to give their best. The idea over there, which made me really proud, was that when I mentioned this to them, they really wanted to give their absolute best for this. And as I've mentioned, I've collaborated with them in the past, and I can tell you with full conviction that this was their best performance for me ever. And that showed that, you know, that how much they wanted to do for India, and how beautifully they wanted to gift this piece of music to India.
Well, thank you so much for doing that for us. It was a great way to celebrate our Independence Day gone by. And before I end, a big round of applause for Ricky Kej for doing that for India. I do have one more question to ask you, because I don't want to leave you without asking you this. I think there's a big buzz about India being renamed, rebranded. I don't know how to put it, because we've always been known as Bharat, but there is a buzz that the government may officially use the term Bharat instead of where we use India. One, what do you make of that? And as a representative and an ambassador of India globally, what would you say is the difference for an artist like you when you say Bharat versus India?
Okay, so my opinion on this is that, you know, being from India, we have to be as Indian as possible, and being Indian would be, you know, Bharat. So I believe, I mean, I love the term Bharat, and I would be very proud to call myself a Bharatiya.
A Bharatiya composer. Excellent. I think I have just about a minute. Maybe I can take an audience question, Shireen, if you have somebody with you.
Yes, Shivani, we have a question over here.
Ricky, I have a question for you.
Sure.
When it comes to music, we see that there is a big disconnect between Bollywood music or classical music, even if we look at its penetration within the country. My point is that how can, or who can play a pivotal role in moving classical music through I mean, throughout the world, when we know that Indians are settled all throughout in the world as such?
No, that's a good question. I've got like a minute to answer that. Yeah. Okay. So the thing is that when you look at, again, strictly my personal opinions. So when you look at Bollywood music is popular all over the world, and you have Bollywood singers and composers. They perform everywhere in the world. They are able to fill up complete stadiums and all of that stuff. They get huge audiences. But barring a few exceptions, pretty much everybody who's in that audience is people from the Indian diaspora. Because Bollywood, in my opinion, has not broken cultural barriers. Bollywood is stuck with the Indian diaspora, whereas the people who have actually broken cultural barriers are our classical musicians. In fact, when I was 19 years old, I had gone and watched a Pandit Ravi Shankar concert, and I was very surprised that the demographic of the people inside the theater was very representative of the demographic of the city itself. So he had actually broken cultural barriers, and he reached out with his pure Indian classical music to varied audiences all over the world, so much so that he had almost mainstreamed his sitar instrument all over the world. And it's the same with all the classical musicians in India. And the second thing is that if you look at, I've coined something known as the Ravi Shankar syndrome in India. Okay, now conversely, if you look at India, everybody knows who Pandit Ravi Shankar was. Greatest sitarist ever, Bharat Ratna winner, daughters are Anushka Shankar, Nora Jones, everybody knows that. I challenge you, anybody in the audience can name one album of his. He's done more than 20 albums. Name one album of his. Okay, name a song of his. Okay, hum a tune of his. Absolutely not. And that's because we are not appreciating our own talent, which the world is appreciating. And I guess that it should come from within all of us to appreciate our own talent.
Absolutely. Ricky, as always, pleasure to speak to you. Continue to do what you're doing. And we'll look forward to you taking the Indian national anthem across the world. You've done the Britishers. Now please do others as we move forward to our other independent.
Greece and Israel is next, yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for our guests.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ricky. Thank you so much, Shivani. All right, let's move on now. A few days ago, Dr. S. Jaishankar, India's External Affairs Minister, said that it was India's responsibility to bring a divided world together. In the last few years, we've watched Indian foreign affairs walk a new talk that experts have pointed out is replete with a kind of never-before-seen self-assurance, particularly when it comes to dealing with the world's power players, be it the United States, Russia, or China. Now, how can the principles of this new India that India is already using to guide itself, how can it use those very principles to facilitate a consensus-building exercise at the G20 summit? To understand exactly this, my colleague, CNN News 18's Zaka Jacob, in conversation with the Minister of State for External Affairs and, of course, the Minister of State for Culture, Srimati Meenakshi Lekhi.
Meenakshi ma'am, thank you very much for joining us here at the CNN News 18 G20 Town Hall. I'm sure you're very busy in the run-up. This is the G20 week. This is where it all culminates. The last year's efforts, India has hosted more than 150, I believe, 175 G20 meetings. What does this feel like? Does it feel like you're at the last 10 meters of a 100-meter race?
Absolutely. It's like the moment. You're not quite there, but you're about to be there, and anxiety along with excitement. So it's a lot of last-minute legwork, which is on.
So tell us, what has the last year meant? I mean, India's G20 presidency, the moment the gavel got handed over to the Prime Minister in Bali by the Indonesian President, we have seen more than 100+ meetings from Srinagar to Thiruvananthapuram, from Gujarat to Arunachal. It's almost like a people's G20.
Sure.
How will this be remembered?
So I think every Indian who's been part of it would remember it that this happened in 2023 when India completed 75 years of its independence. Right. So 2023 has been a watershed moment for us for many things. We would be remembering Chandrayaan 3, we would be remembering Aditya L1. So lot of things which have happened in 23, and G20 is one such thing. When we hosted heads of states, the whole city was painted, colored, happiness all over, and because, as you rightly pointed out, people's movement, I mean, it's people's participation. Democracy is about people's participation, and no policy making can be just closed doors, and without people being party to it, and especially when India has specifically taken a lead when it comes to culture and showcasing its culture. You can't showcase your culture unless people are stakeholders in that. So that's what India has tried to showcase.
So India has kept this theme, this slogan of Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. And clearly, you know, whether it's on issues like climate change, sustainable development, is the world and the G20 countries realizing that the future is shared, that unless one looks out for the other, you will not be able to, you know, we won't survive. We won't survive as a planet.
I think by the tagline itself, we've tried to bring everyone together, and everyone supported us on this. So people have been with us on this, and everyone is realizing that while we all are here in this room, we are happy, but pandemic happened not way far back. It was just around. Human memory is such that we try to block bad things. So we may have blocked it, but it was there. So this is a time when world is going through polycrisis, actually. And at that point in time, when the situation across the globe is that of meddling in polycrisis situation, credibility of multilateral institutes need to be kept. And India believes in both, that we need to find solutions, we need to showcase resilience, and we believe in multilateralism. So G20 is happening at that point in time. And India's role as a chair becomes important on many fronts, and this being the root of whatever else happens.
But this multilateralism itself, isn't it facing a bit of a crisis moment, if you will? It is a divided world. You have the West on the one side, you have, because of the Ukraine war, you have Russia on the one side, and now increasingly we're seeing China also sort of, I wouldn't say in the corner, you know, if we were to use a sporting term, they seem to be in one corner. Where does Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam fit in this divided world?
So I would say that when we had Raisina dialogue, and at that point in time, I used some term, and I'm going to reuse that term. I said the world knows about global north and global south, and global north has been the developed world, industrialized world. Global south has been the world which has lagged behind or less developed. India, by virtue of being top 5 economies, top 5th economy, we are global north, and thus we are in G20. But we are 1.4 billion people, thus we represent global south as well. So we are the right people to bridge that gap. And to bridge the gap, somebody in the room, especially when economic policies are going to be discussed, need to take the whole world forward. And then India is rightly placed to act as a bridge between the two, because we have experience of the two, and we are an aspirational country which is there in scientific terms, in technology, in trained manpower, and yet we have plenty of challenges. That's one. Sustainability, availability of finance, so on and so forth. Because you get highly impacted by any policy which gets to be made, plus the resources which need to be used by the north are with the south. So the resource management is as much part of well-being of everyone. So to strike a balance between the two extremes, India needs to act as a bridge. On the other front, we are a civilization of the East. We are Eastern people. And by our institutional mechanism, democracy, rule of law, the High Court, Supreme Court, Election Commission, so on and so forth, Parliament, fantastic democracy, transfer of power without any difficulty. So all these things make us very much a country of the West. So we are very rightly placed to act as a bridge between the East and the West as well. So India is in a centralized position to speak on variety of subjects because we have a variety of experience in all those fronts. So,
in fact, you know, you'll be happy to know, and I'll share this with our audiences as well, talking about the Global South. Just today, Prime Minister Modi has given a text interview to our sister publication Money Control, and he's talked about India becoming the voice of the Global South. And I want to ask you about that as well, because India has now proposed the African Union be added to the G20. I believe it's been received very well by members of the G20. And the Troika, that is the past president of the G20, the current president and the next president.
And the quartet.
Yeah, and they're all sort of backing for the voice of the Global South.
Yes.
Do you think the time has come for G20, which was seen as this elite organization, to be more open and accepting of other large voices in the world which are not in the room, as you said?
As till now, that is how G20 was looked at, because it was a group of 20 most economically sound countries who controlled 85% of the global GDP, 65% or maybe more, 75% of trade and commerce, and close to 60% population. So obviously it makes a very, very powerful group. But this powerful group cannot be industrialized, cannot sustain itself until and unless the resource management from the Global South happens. So both sides need to look after each other, and the voice, by virtue of being the voice of the voiceless, we've tried to do that. That while sustainability, industrialization, renewable energy, everything becomes important, but the worst impacted countries are the countries from the Global South. And then climate finance, investment, etc. becomes important. Technology transfer, skill management becomes important for those countries. So unless we think of a subject in a comprehensive manner, it will not lead to any result. So for fruitification of the entire policy on trade, commerce or economy, both sides need to meet at some point and discuss it openly. Some heart-to-heart talk needs to happen, and that's what we propose.
Ma'am, you're also the MOS for Culture, you're also a lawyer, so I think you're the best placed person to answer this question. This is the biggest talking point of the day, that India, that is Bharat. We have seen the invites that have gone out in the President's name, the President of Bharat. What is the cultural sort of background to this, and what is the thinking as to why? I mean, is a renaming going to happen, or is it going to be used interchangeably?
I think we wasted a lot of time on this.
Okay.
And I would say this because, you see, many a times in public life somebody pitches something, you've got to respond. And but it's an inane subject. Something as inane as Bharat or India, I mean, these are interchangeable words. And there is nothing much which turns on this, but few people have tried to sort of polarize, create a lot of hullabaloo around this word. So I would say let this be rested, and not to waste any more time on this. As of now, the Constitution of India permits interchangeability of the word, and both words are applicable. So,
but you are not joining issue with the opposition saying that this is in response to the
no,
INDIA alliance.
I will only join issue on the second part. I.N.D.
Yeah.
I.A.
Yeah.
Because I remember Mr. Kharge's interview where he specifically said this coalition I.N.D. I.A. does not represent India. That's it. I will go and pick up that word, that no matter who named us in India or we are called India, they better not usurp that, because they do not represent India. They represent a coalition which was earlier called UPA. They can rebrand themselves, they are free to do so, and India's full form is Bharat, India can be called Bharat, but I dot, N dot, D dot, I dot, A dot is something else, which Mr. Kharge can very well answer. I don't even remember.
Okay. And as a lawyer, you're not thinking of any changing of articles of constitution, amendment?
You see, as a lawyer, I go on evidence-based mechanism.
Yeah.
As a lawyer, I feel you can't really jump the gun, you can't really work on suspect subjects, you can't really, start to sort of say things preemptively. I don't think, as of now, what I see, India and Bharat are interchangeable. Traditionally, we call ourselves Bharat. India is also a term which is used by the world. So it's both interchangeable.
Okay.
But those who call themselves as people representing India, I have problem with them. They don't represent India. They represent a political coalition, which is UPA 2, and they cannot usurp country's name for themselves, and because they also know they cannot usurp a country's name for themselves, that's why they chose I dot, N dot, D dot, I dot, A dot. So that's who they are, the dotted existence.
Okay. Let's talk about dotted existence, because obviously in the G20, and I want to bring it back to the G20, you've been asked this question on a number of occasions last couple of days, but I have to ask you this about the leaders of Russia and China not attending the G20. How much of a roadblock is that, especially in finding consensus and finding a joint statement?
So I would say by the time the things reach the leaders, the consensus building exercise or negotiations usually have taken place beforehand. And it's only after that the leaders come to the summit and they take the stage. So consensus building or negotiations happen before that. So all that exercise is going on, is being worked at, various meetings have happened. So all that happens irrespective of presence of the leader. And it's a country's prerogative to send who they wish to send. Many a times, I would say, a whole lot of us are unable to go. I mean, at which level you want country's representation is the prerogative of the country. So whether it's Z or Li, it's for them to decide. It's going to be represented by the Foreign Affairs Minister or the President. It's for them to decide. We cannot really interpret it one way or the other.
Okay, we have a couple of audience questions. My colleague Sharon is there with the mic, so please go ahead. Identify yourself and keep your question short, please.
Yes,
Thank
Blanca. So we have a retired squadron leader, Varsha, who has a question for the Honorable Minister.
Ma'am, good evening.
Hi.
And first of all, I want to thank you for taking up the cause of lady officers, and thank you because you've got our rights. I mean,
thank you.
So that is one. And now that we know that the Chinese Premier is not attending, will it make a difference in the G20 meet, or is it because of Ukraine? क्योंकि हमने सुना है फूफा जी नहीं आ रहे.
कौन नहीं आ रहे?
फूफा जी नहीं आ रहे.
I don't know what she means, but I think we asked this question about whether it will make an impact on the consensus finding, but...
So it doesn't matter, really. So most of the, you must understand, on every working group, there would have been at least 4 consultations. On every political statement, there are multiple consultations on the table, across the table, behind the scenes. There's this consensus building and an outcome document, or the chair summary happens every engagement. So whether a country finally gets represented by person A, B, C, it's of very little material consequence. So, and it does not impact the outcome as such. And whatever will be the outcome document, say on sustainability, on climate finance, on availability of technology, etc. So all those things will happen irrespective of whichever country is there.
All right, Sharon, I think Colonel here has a question.
Ma'am, good evening.
Good evening.
So you mentioned about the holistic approach to how to assess bilateral relations with any country. You gave a lot of parameters from technology to everything else, including environment and other parameters. Keeping US and Russia out of the equation, because we already have a strategic partnership with both as a country, which are the next 3 countries in your mind, personal opinion, which India should look at in the future to interact with?
So I think we've made it very clear by engaging with some of the countries close by who are special invitees in this summit, who are not part of G20, but India has called some special invitees. We've got Bangladesh, we've got Oman, we've got UAE. I mean, this is literally look east and look close by. In addition to the fact we picked up the cause of African Union to be co-opted, so we have a strategy in place.
Ma'am, just on the question of, China, again, politically, there's a leader who says, he's recently gone to Ladakh, he was in Pangong, China ne to hamari zameen le li. Politically, how do you respond to this charge that's coming to you again from the opposition?
So I would say, who is charging? A person who was sitting in the embassy when Dokulam was happening. 62, his family ruled the country. Post that, till 84, multiple governments came, multiple political parties ran the government, but 84 onwards, the most favored nation status was given by them. Olympics, the special treatment his mom, who was not the Prime Minister of the country, was getting. So I think in politics and in democracy, credibility of a person matters the most. So no matter how we look, how badly the campaigns get run, etc., etc., person's personal credibility matters. And I think all these questions are spoken of or casted upon by a person who lacks credibility. So that's my response.
All right, one final question. I think the gentleman in the black... Okay, go ahead.
We have a question over here.
With more than 80% of the world GDP, 75% of the global trade and 60% of the world population standing together at New Delhi G20 summit, what best we can expect from our Indian presidency on the very serious issue of climate change?
Okay, so I must say the question is twofold. When we talk about, our answer is twofold to this question. One is that many a times culture is one thing which we try to introduce ourselves with others. We want people to understand who we are. And Prime Minister's repeatedly said, Vikas bhi or Virasat bhi, which means the heritage. Now, if you look at our heritage, if you look at our culture, we are very sustainable lot. It's part of our traditions, it's part of our existence that we respect animate, inanimate objects, we look after the environment, we look after the plants, we look after the animals, forest dwellers. I mean, our culture is a culture of sustainability, but probably we've never allowed others to understand us that way. So when we have had, 50 plus locations on which these meetings have happened, we've tried to incorporate the local cuisine to local culture, to dance, to music, artifacts, everything else, to showcase that, look, sustainability is not an imposition on us. Sustainability is a way of life for us. And this way of life is probably something we want to showcase and present to the others, that this is who we are, this is our introduction. The second aspect of sustainability is mission life, which again Prime Minister has oft repeated, and he said mission life, which is living for environment, and there the emphasis is on responsible consumption. So until and unless you change the paradigm from consumption patterns, escalating consumption patterns to responsible consumption patterns, you'll have no control. And attached to this is the aspect of energy justice, that there are people who need 2 square meals a day, 1 fan, 1 refrigerator, 1 heater if you live in snow or wherever, clean cooking medium. So element of responsible consumption will automatically incorporate climate justice also, and also energy justice is part of it. So making people appreciate and understand these are the aspects. In terms of this, we have also showcased that India is one country which has reached its target of non-fossil fuel renewable energy pattern 9 years ahead of its target. So we reached that 9 years ahead of the desired target, which was supposed to be 2030. In addition to the fact that we became more aspirational, and we again set a new target for ourselves. 20% of ethanol mix. On one side, we are providing food grains to the world, including Afghanistan. We have a large population of 1.4 billion people, and yet we are able to produce ethanol. Now that's energy mix and also a very responsible conduct and behavior. So on many fronts, we are the people who, if I can put it in a little crass manner, but a colloquial way, you put the money where the mouth is. So you just don't chat, you act. So we have acted upon these things, and that has been the main showcase which we have tried to do through these issues. And thus, climate finance is one big issue which is a challenge for the world, and especially Global South gets worst impacted, and there is a debt crisis which is faced by the world. So somewhere these negotiations need to take care of that on one side you have debt crisis, on the other side climate finance need to be made available, in addition to the fact that we led a movement for ISA, International Solar Alliance, CDRI, Coalition for Disaster Resilience Infrastructure. So many actions. So we have been more action oriented, and that's the emphasis I'm trying to lay on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Meenakshi Lekhi, Minister of State for External Affairs and Culture.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Zaka, for guiding that discussion. All right, with ma'am's words now forming the context for our next conversation, I want to introduce to you our next panelist. You can possibly see him standing there. Shri Vardhan Shringla ji, the former Foreign Secretary, currently the Chief Coordinator of the G20. Under him, over the last year, the G20 Secretariat has been responsible for the implementation of overall policy decisions and for the arrangements needed to steer India's presidency. Now, Mr. Shringla has, in the past, described this moment, this summit, as the most significant international event that India has hosted since its independence. To understand more about the magnitude of this feat and the maneuvers that still lie ahead, as you can see my colleague Anand Narasimhan in conversation with Shri Vardhan Shringla.
Ladies and gentlemen, two sons of the soil from Sikkim, Darjeeling, Paichung Bhutia and Vardhan Shringla ji, top of mind, isn't it? So please, big round of applause, and thank you, sir. You're in the thick of things as Chief Coordinator of the G20. And how's it going so far? Foreign Secretary or CC? Which was easier?
Well, it depends which stage you're in. At this stage, CC looks a little more intense. But I must say that, the advantage we enjoy today is that the planning and preparation for this big event that we're doing started way back, well before our presidency. It's been a whole of government approach, whole of nation approach, and I think that has helped us today when we are hosting the biggest international event that we've ever done, it has, I think, put us in a position where we are confident that, the arrangements for this mega event are in place.
Is that also a sign of how we have grown as a nation? How we have improved?
Definitely. I think the fact that today we have the confidence to host over 200 G20 meetings in 60 different cities of our country is a sign of confidence. The fact that today we are at the global high table, we are hosting the presidents and prime ministers of the most influential countries in the world, is also a sense of our rising confidence and a sense of our rising abilities and capabilities.
Well, you've carried the tricolor to the US, to Bangladesh, to Thailand, the world over. What has changed from your years there as ambassador, as high commissioner, as foreign secretary, to now, when you interact with members or representatives from the same nation? What has changed?
Well, I think one discernible change that you see in recent years, I would say in the past decade, is the respect with which India is received. In other words, wherever you go, whether it's with governments, it's with businesses, it's with tech leaders, it's essentially any part of society in any foreign country that you go to, I think your access, your receptivity that others have towards you is far, far better. Indians today, I think, are far more respected in every part of the world than we were 10 years ago. And that also comes because of the fact that we have achieved what we have at a global level. I mean, the Prime Minister mentioned just recently, he said 10 years ago we were the 10th largest economy in the world. Today we're the 5th largest economy. In a couple of years it will be the 3rd largest economy. Our GDP is growing. We're the fastest growing large economy in the world today. We have the largest working population in the world, a very youthful demography. And I think we are in many senses at the cutting edge of innovation and technology. So that, I think, has earned us the respect of people all over the world. But it is more than that. It is also the way we have engaged on a global basis. The fact that we have consciously conducted a foreign policy that is based on human-centric globalization as opposed to a GDP-centric globalization. I think that is a change, and that is discernible in the way we are seen and perceived and received globally.
May I request you to please elaborate on this, because Prime Minister Narendra Modi, while speaking with Money Control, part of Network 18, has spoken about the human-centric growth and globalization and that orientation compared to GDP driven. He's also spoken and said that we have shown developing nations that we can grow, achieve green growth. So can you elaborate a little more on it?
Well, when you are talking about growth that is driven purely by market forces and a competitive sense of economies, I think there is a certain zero-sum game that is practiced. But when you look at the world as one family, under the concept and our philosophical concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, then you understand that you can all grow and you can all succeed together. I mean, the very concept of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas is based on the fact that we grow, you grow, and everybody grows. So that is basically the approach. And we have seen it during the COVID times. I think some of us might recall that when COVID broke out, it was Prime Minister Modi that called for the G20 to convene on this issue that faced mankind. And the Saudi presidency at that time convened an extraordinary summit of the G20. And at that time the Prime Minister said, the G20 has always met on a financial or an economic issue. It's the first time that it is meeting on a humanitarian issue, and he called for human-centric globalization. And that is the approach that we have adopted. And of course, you talked about green growth.
Yes.
We do understand that a transition to a greener, cleaner economy is not one that we have undertaken because we are asked to do so. We have done it because it's in our benefit to do so. I mean, obviously, we want our children and grandchildren to have better air, better water, cleaner conditions under which you grow. But at the same time, I think you do realize that as a country that imports so much of fossil fuel, we are dependent on 80% of our fossil fuel energy requirements being imported.
Yes.
Whereas you have abundance of solar energy, you have wind energy, you can harness that, and you have so much more in terms of the resources that you can generate from within your country. It makes sense to move towards a cleaner, greener economy. And we are telling all our partners in the developing world that you can actually transition towards a cleaner economy without the sort of hesitations that you may normally have, because we can bring you technologies like the International Solar Alliance.
Yeah.
I mean, India has initiated the International Solar Alliance to help developing countries between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn to develop their solar energy capacities, to provide them with the wherewithal that they can develop a renewable energy. So, one earth, one sun, one grid is a philosophy that has come from Prime Minister Modi when he talked about the fact that, you know, the entire world can be united through the transition of the sun across, you know, in different parts of the globe as it moves along.
Right.
And so I think there is a philosophy here, there is a concept here that can be emulated by developing countries.
But our nations, because we have high commissioners, envoys of various nations present in the audience also, and there are lots who are watching, are nations accepting this and taking this when we move to Solar Alliance? Now there is a global biofuel alliance that India is trying to push, and that perhaps is going to be the highlight here also. Are nations really taking it seriously, or are they looking at it with a semblance of doubt? Whether does India really mean, and can we really deliver when we want to stitch an alliance like this, and what's going to be the benefit out of this?
Well, when we started with the International Solar Alliance, there were a handful of countries. Today there are over 100 countries that are members of the ISA, and more countries are eager to join. So obviously there is a certain appeal, especially to developing countries, to be part of a renewable energy support system. Similarly, when you talk about the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, another grouping that India itself has pioneered in order to make sure that your infrastructure, which is subject to the vagaries of nature, cyclones and so on and so forth, is resilient and can actually withstand some of these climate change related anomalies that we face.
One of the things we are very hopeful of to achieve in our year of presidency or as chair is to represent the Africa Union and get them a permanent representation in the G20, the African Union or Union of African Nations. How many of those nations are really looking up to India? And do you see them trust us? Because they laid their trust or reposed their trust on certain nations in the West, dhoka khaya. They turned towards China, dhoka khaya. Now we are going and saying, we'll take care of you, or we'll represent you. Why should they trust us?
Well, our association with Africa and the developing world is historic. I mean, we have helped most African countries in their struggle against colonialism. We have worked with them in their development stages. Before we became president of the G20, we convened the Voice of Global South Summit, in which 125 developing countries engaged us, and we tried to understand what were their views, what are their concerns, and what are their expectations out of India's G20 presidency. And that was a very important pointer to us as to how we should articulate this voice of the Global South under our presidency of the G20. And I think from that point of view, the fact that we have convened the India-Africa Forum Summit in Delhi, 54 African countries, all African Union countries participated. The fact that we have consistently engaged them in their requirements, whether it is support in terms of their development, it is in terms of education, training. India has been at the forefront of that, and all of this has not been tied assistance, and we have made it on the basis of what their requirements are, and it is basically what they want is what we cater to. So it's a good relationship, it's based on trust, and it is one that has endured over time. And today, as I said, as India grows and becomes more prosperous, it's important that we take all of our partners in the developing world with us by sharing our experiences, our expertise, technology, in whichever way we can.
Sir, I've got 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes on the clock, so now I'm going to take it away from the rest of the world to your own personal experience and pinch a few pages out of your future memoir. So I'm going to ask you, Vardhan Shringla ji, do you remember when is it that you got a call or you were told that ye aapko karna hai, that you are going to be Chief Coordinator G20, and what was your reaction?
Well, let me go back a little further to when I got the call when I was going to become Foreign Secretary, because that was memorable. I was in Hawaii at that time, not on holiday, I was in work ostensibly. But it was, you know, given the time difference, everybody calculated Eastern Standard Time in the US and felt that it was a good time to call. So I remember getting a call from the Principal Secretary to the PM at about 3 in the morning, which is a very difficult time for anybody. And well, it was a happy call, but it was under somewhat different circumstances in a different environment, and so I stayed in my mind. As far as you know, the call here came was during the you know, remaining, I mean, when I was about to complete my term as Foreign Secretary, and I think the Principal Secretary to the PM, Dr. P.K. Mishra, said that we need you for this particular you know, big event that we're having, and that you know, we want you to join this effort.
Were you expecting it?
I don't think you expect anything. You do your best, and that's what matters.
So 1 year down the line, as you look back, what would you say have been your achievements as far as CC is concerned? I know the big one is still left.
No, I did mention before, but I think one very, very happy, I would say, memory as far as the G20 is concerned is the fact that early in our presidency, we took the G20 to most of our northeastern states. I think that is very, very remarkable, considering that very few international events have ever been held there. And so whether it was Manipur, whether it was Mizoram, whether it was Nagaland, whether it was Sikkim, I think we had G20 meetings in all of those capitals. And I went to each of these states to try and prepare the ground for our presidency, worked with the chief ministers, chief secretaries of all of our colleagues. And of course, I think everybody came up to the expectations, because you needed to do a lot of work, increase capacity, develop areas, you know, literally construct roads where there were none. There was a lot of work that had to be done. But the fact that we could successfully conduct G20 meetings in all of these capital cities of northeastern states was, I think, quite a feat. And there was a huge public participation in all of these places.
So let me ask you, so when you told them कि ये करना है, what was the first reaction? होगा ना, नहीं होगा, और देर से कि कैसे करेंगे, या चलिए करते हैं. And then once it happened, did they come back and tell you, thank you for doing this, because it's left a lasting impression or it's changed things?
Well, I think I must say that everywhere we went, as I said, there was an eagerness to participate, because every state saw it as an opportunity. I mean, many of them said that, you know, we've never been called upon before. So thank you for giving us this opportunity. And they looked at it as an opportunity and grabbed it with both hands. In other words, came forward with their best, put their best foot forward, provided the best arrangements, the best hospitality, the best cultural performances, the best craftsmen and, you know, handicrafts people together. Essentially, whatever was the representation, the best aspects of those states were put forward. And I think that helped them. And as far as coming back after the event was concerned, I remember a letter that the Vice Chancellor of the Mizoram University wrote to me, saying that thanks to G20, we have a new conference center, we have a new wing, and I think it's done a university a whole lot of good in terms of the confidence that it's given our students, that we can host international events of this stature. So I think that worked out very well also.
So final question quickly, you don't need to name the nation, you don't need to name the delegate.
It doesn't sound good.
But was there anybody who thought that this is a land of snake charmers and their perception changed when they went beyond Delhi?
I think that perception changed a good 5 to 10 years ago. You know, there was a time in which you traveled abroad, many of us did, and you were associated with exotica, something different, something on the lines of what you're saying. But today you're associated with something which is at the cutting edge of technology. Things like a doctor or a scientist or maybe even a space you know, scientist or explorer. So it's a different world and a different ball game, and this is Nai Bharat, and I think we will see some very, very different dynamics in that regard.
Harshvardhan Shringla ji, always a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you very much. We've not been able to speak with him in his tenure as Foreign Secretary as much as we've been able to engage with him as Chief Coordinator, so that is one good thing. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Big round of applause for him. Thank you, sir.
Harshji, thank you. Anand, thank you for facilitating that conversation. India-UK relations got a splashy boost in 2022 when Prime Minister Rishi Sunak took the helm, and the G20 summit is going to be the first time the British leader visits India as the Prime Minister. Tonight, at our town hall, we look to understand what will be the future of the relationship that these two countries share. What can it look like, particularly in a larger West versus East dynamic? To understand more, we have with us the British High Commissioner to India, Alex Ellis, who has incidentally continued to expand on his knowledge of both Hindi and Bollywood law. With him, of course, CNN News 18's Zaka Jain.
High Commissioner, thank you very much for joining us here. You know, you're a bit of a Twitter sensation here in India, and I'm sure you've been told this before as well. But High Commissioner is just coming back from a trip to Jodhpur. I believe you went to Rajasthan a few days ago, and you've had dal bati churma. How was that like?
Magnificent. It's a fantastic dish. I mean, the more time I live in India, the more I appreciate dal, actually.
The more you appreciate God.
Yeah,
welcome to the land of God.
Dal. Excuse my terrible pronunciation. I mean, India has this fantastic variety. We were hearing just now from Harsh Shringla about that. In everything, and including in its food. And one of the joys of going to a new part of India is to try the new food, whether that is wonderful fish curry I had in Goa, or dal bati, or wherever I go, going to some rasmalai, when I was in KC Das in Kolkata, you know, all these essential parts of visiting India. It's one of its joys.
So what was the one thing that you couldn't take because of the spice or because it was excessively sweet, the one dish that that you just couldn't, your palate couldn't accept?
I'm sure we're all familiar with the classical Greek tragedy and the move from hubris to nemesis. My hubris came after about 3 months, where I said to the cook in the High Commissioner's residence, who is from Tamil Nadu, I said, come on, I want to have a proper South Indian meal. He gave me a proper South Indian meal, and I had to recognize that I had reached my limits.
All right, let's, one person who's not going to have too much of a problem with spicy Indian food is your big boss back home, Prime Minister Sunak. Have you dialed back to 10 Downing and told him that he's probably going to get mobbed here?
I think he's aware that his coming here is a big deal. And his wife coming here as well, Akshata Murthy. You know, this is a big deal. Who in the audience would have imagined that you would have coming as the British Prime Minister and the British Prime Minister's wife somebody called Rishi Sunak and somebody called Akshata Murthy? That tells you something about how different my country is from the country of even 25 or 30 years ago when I joined the diplomatic service. And I have to say, I'm immensely proud of coming from such a country, representing such a country, which offers such opportunity to so many people now. It's great.
You know the memes that were doing the rounds when he became Prime Minister, how India has now conquered Britain, we've avenged 300 years of colonial rule. As High Commissioner, you just sort of shrug that off, or do you cable it back to London?
There are some times when you do my job where you take guard, Jasprit Bumrah comes in, and he just puts one straight past your nose. And you go down the pitch, you pat it, you go back and state your stance again. But I would say, and also listening to the very kind introduction I was given, I don't think of this in oppositional terms, you know, East versus West, or, you know, past versus present. I don't need to remind anyone in this country how fast things change. If you think about what's happened in India over the last generation, especially since when I first lived here in 1986, it's an extraordinary transformation of the country, whilst retaining the essence of the country. And that's true in the UK as well. It's not just a revolution, it's just the evolution, a rapid evolution of the way that the UK is. And it's a wonderful thing, as I say. So I don't see it as a kind of past versus present. I see it as about the present and also about the future, and about the future of the UK, and also the future of India as this source of incredible talent around the world.
You do say it's not about East versus West or North versus South, but it is increasingly a divided world, a very fractured world. And you're perhaps going to see an illustration of that in the G20. You already know that the leaders of China and Russia are not coming. Because of the war in Ukraine, it's divided the world in a way that we haven't seen for the last maybe generation. What role do you see a country like India playing in such a divided world?
I think it's a very good thing that India has the G20 presidency this year, because I think it is the right country at the right time because of India's capacity to bring different countries together. We were hearing that from Vardhan Shringla about how India goes about doing that. It's a very tough job to be the G20 presidency at the moment, because you're right, one of the kind of four big trends of the world is geopolitical tension and conflict, and that's made much sharper by an autocracy invading its democratic neighbour, and that inevitably forces a reaction. The truth is, of course, that invasion has ripples and repercussions that go well beyond the battle space, terrible as that battle space is, and remember, it's taking place in Ukraine. If you look at what's happening to food prices as a result, by Russia stopping grain leaving the Black Sea, for example, as it has done the last few weeks, that means higher food prices in Haryana. That means less grain going elsewhere. So, unfortunately, the geopolitical tension, and in this case Russia's invasion of Ukraine, is now feeding through and accentuating some of the big problems which, in my view, completely rightly, the Indian G20 presidency is trying to tackle, like food security, for example.
But it's not just the Russia-Ukraine war, is it? I mean, now we are increasingly looking at this great power competition, and, you know, unwittingly or otherwise, you have the US and its partners and allies, the Western partners, UK included, on the one side, and then you have Russia and China on the other. And increasingly it's becoming difficult for countries not to choose a side.
I think each country, and especially a country like India, will choose its own side. You know, I represent the United Kingdom, and India will choose India's interests. And, you know, I totally respect that, and so I think does my government. What there is, though, is there are countries who are essentially autocracies who don't give their people choice and don't respect the diversity of what exists within their country. Anyone, and I've just described the food of India, let alone everything else. This is the country where diversity is with you every day in every way. And I remember Prime Minister Modi ji, I think, referred to it when he was at the Red Fort, when I went to hear him speak at the Red Fort on the 15th of August. That diversity is a great strength. It's a great strength of India. It's a great strength of the United Kingdom. By the way, it's one of the reasons why I think there's such power in the UK and India together agreeing a free trade agreement, because it shows that diversity and times difference can actually create a positive outcome when you put those two things together. You're right about the tension. It is harder, I think. Countries will choose their own way, and what I think the UK offers and what I think India offers is essentially attractive to other countries. That's why other countries are so interested in India at the moment, because it attracts. And I think both of us get that attraction partly from our diversity.
Since you brought up the FTA, please tell us, where are these negotiations? Are they headed anywhere at all? Because this was supposed to be wrapped up by Diwali last year. Wasn't that the timeline?
I think my Prime Minister would always put getting the right deal before a particular date. And he's always been clear about that. Free trade agreements are ways to achieve objectives. What is that objective? Ultimately, it's to grow the economies of the UK and India through increased trade in both directions and through increased investment in both directions. Luckily, we have great investment already between the two countries, but I think we can increase the trade. It's about 3.5 lakh crore already, but I think it could grow further. And an FTA is a good way of doing that. Reducing costs of reducing red tape, reducing the costs of trade, and supporting investment. We've actually got a long way. We're deep into the negotiations. I mean, you know, we've had the quick bowlers have opened. We've had the spinners on, and now I think can I see the signs of the death bowler coming in for the final overs? You know, do we have whoever that might be? Probably Bumrah again. It's my favourite bowler, by the way. Bumrah, wonderful player. And I think we're getting towards that. You know, Josh Butler's just taking his guard again and thinking, all right, How are we going to get to this target? But in this case, it's not win or lose. I think we have a shared aim to try and get this deal done. I think there is a will there. There is some tough work to be done. There are some hard things we need to crack, so I don't want to overstate it. But we have got deep into this negotiation, and the prize of better trade, and also, in my view, a very powerful prize from the UK and India. That's a complicated history, including a complicated economic history, sharing an agreement in order to promote mutual growth. And a signal it sends of the 5th and 6th largest economies in the world, who are also democracies. That is a powerful global signal.
One other thorny issue has been these protests. We saw the protests, the Khalistani protests outside the Indian High Commission in the UK, in London. What is the UK doing as a state to try and, not just go after those guys and make sure that the law catches up with them, but more importantly, send out the signal that, this is a question of sovereignty. It's a question of the sovereignty of India, and these are people who are wanting to break up a sovereign country. And that, it wouldn't be acceptable to the UK, it wouldn't be acceptable to India.
You're absolutely right. Just stepping back for a second, well, first of all, let me take this specific issue in hand. So, protests in India and the United Kingdom is legal, but there are restraints on it, obviously. And extremism in any form in the UK is a problem for us, and one we have to address. And that's not looking at any particular one form of extremism or another. And extremism, including Khalistani extremism, that's not an India problem. That's a UK problem. To have radicalized youth in the UK attacking this embassy of another country is not okay. So what do we do about it? First of all, if there are grounds for doing so, we arrest people. The police arrest people. They're independent, but they'll make the arrest, as we did in that case. Secondly, we increase security. That's also a signal you're sending about the importance to His Majesty's government of the protection of the diplomatic premises and the diplomats of India. Thirdly, you have to use the full tools, the full range of tools in our toolbox for how you frustrate and disrupt extremist activity. And fourthly, you increase the effort on it. And our security minister was here 3 weeks ago, and he announced we are investing more in creating a better understanding of the issue. You could then cooperate more with the Indian government so that it has consequences, and you're also sending a signal back into extremists in the UK that there is no place for extremism. So you're right, it is not okay, and we continue to think it is not okay, and more importantly, we act and message exactly on those lines.
So can we expect a similar message also on the issue of economic fugitives? We've just seen the pictures of Mr. Lalit Modi and Mr. Moin Qureshi at a famous wedding there. There's also Vijay Mallya. And I know you will say that, there are legal options, they have to exhaust all their legal options. But as I understand, at least in a couple of these cases, the courts have said that they need to be sent back. What is still holding up the extradition, if you will?
In the case of financial fugitives, I remember what our Prime Minister Boris Johnson said when he was here about 18 months ago, and he made a general point. I'm not going to get on a particular case, but the general point he made was we do not want the United Kingdom and London to become a place which attracts financial fugitives. Now, in the case of the specific cases, the government ordered the extradition of Vijay Mallya over 4 years ago. Now, there are legal procedures, there are court procedures. The government does not control the courts. We have an independent judiciary, and we're very glad of that fact. And so there are still court proceedings going on. I totally understand the frustration. I understand the frustration here, but our judges and our courts are independent, and they go through all the different channels of law, don't have to be, but are being exhausted. So I understand the frustration. In this case, the government has acted or the limits of what it can do, and now we have to wait for the courts to take whatever decisions they need to take. You'll always ask me about one or two cases or an instance outside the Indian High Commission. I'd like just to remind ourselves of the extraordinary background, and I wish someone could bring to the foreground of the Living Bridge. There are 1.6 million people of Indian heritage in the UK, extraordinarily successful. So successful that they have a guy who lights diya and draws rangoli in Downing Street and has a Diwali party. And you have an extraordinary flow of people more generally. You have India tops each of the main visa categories to the UK. Students, 140,000 student visas over the last year, June to June. Visit visas, 500,000 June to June. Skilled work visas, 50,000, 30% of each of those categories. That is a great thing that is going on between the two countries. If I have an issue, it's trying to get more young Brits to come here, because I think, as Harsh Shringla said, the image of snake charmers is over. What you want is to get people to see what the India of today and tomorrow is, and I think that's a very powerful thing.
One way to attract them is to get them to book tickets for the England-India cricket match for the World Cup. Have you booked yours?
I'm very glad. I'll be welcome. Anyone who wants to see England's victory over India, that's always going to be a great pleasure.
You know, in the normal course, I would have laughed it off, but then the state of our cricket team right now, I'm not sure.
I generally believe that pessimism beforehand, it's better to under-promise and over-deliver, and I think that that is exactly it. The Indian cricket team has wonderful potential. It'll be a great game. I think it'll be a great tournament as well, and it's fantastic it's being held in India, and it is a happy coincidence for a cricket-mad High Commissioner that he happens to be posted to India at this time.
Okay. Talking about under-promising and over-delivering, I know you're learning Hindi, you're learning words, you're learning songs, I'm told. We can see some of it on Twitter. So why don't you regale this lovely audience of ours with a Hindi song?
I think I may have reached the limits of what I can embarrass myself with. So what I want actually is the suggestions of what should be the next song which I learn in order to get my, Hindi better.
What should be the next song that High Commissioner should learn? And maybe he'll sing for us on... Ricky's here, so maybe Ricky can suggest. Yeah. Sharon, if you can give him a mic.
But remember, it's actually a very good way of learning the vocabulary, the words of a language, is by singing the songs.
Maybe Shankar Mahadevan's Breathless.
So it's a song which Shankar Mahadevan, one of the leading singers in India, sang, and he never took a breath for how many seconds? I think
it's about 2.5, 3 minutes, but if you are looking at learning words, that's got the most number of words ever in a song.
Does it last longer without a breath than kabaddi, 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 kabaddi?
It's going to be a breathless week for you. Thank you very much, High Commissioner Alex Ellis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Jaka. Over the last 9 months, since December last year, when India assumed the presidency of the G20, every ministerial and working group level meeting has been divided over one issue, the Russia-Ukraine war. What do trend lines indicate about the possibility of consensus at this G20 summit? How can the participating countries sit on the table together? And how best can India navigate the global mood? CNN News 18's Shivani Gupta in conversation with Ambassador Sujan Chinoy. He is the Director General of the Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defence Studies and Analyses and the Think 20 Chair for India's G20 presidency. Also the former Ambassador to the United States, Meera Shankar, and the former Ambassador to China, Ashok Kanta. I'd like to welcome all of you to the stage.
Thank you, Toya, and thank you, ambassadors, for being here. I think I would be underestimating together. I've got about 100 years of diplomatic experience on the stage, without counting me, of course. So we hope to learn from their experience in this world, which is forever changing, the role of India, which is expanding, and of course a world which is being increasingly described as a divided world. But I want to begin by asking all of you, and I'll start with Ambassador Shankar, how does Bharatiya Foreign Service sound? Better than the Indian Foreign Service?
Well, we are just used to Indian Foreign Service, but we don't have objection to Bharatiya either. It means the same.
It means the same. Sir, would you like to add to it? There's a lot of speculation about India being, how should I put it, I don't know, rebranded as Bharat again or solely as Bharat?
Look, I can tell you straight away that over the years, over the decades, the complexion
and character of the Indian Foreign Service has changed.
Yes.
It's far more representative today, just as our cricket teams are far more representative today. It's not just the Maharajas and the, rich people who play cricket today. So I'm quite for Bharatiya Foreign Service or Bharat Foreign Service. Sounds good to me.
Yes.
Well, India, that is Bharat, has been around. Let's have Bharat without anyway giving up on India, because India is a huge brand equity. This is something which is recognized the world over. So let's not dilute it while we bring up, highlight our identity as Bharat.
Absolutely. Ambassador Kanta, why don't I begin with you also by understanding from you, how do you think India has made the G20 presidency different? Because, we were speaking to Amitabh Kant earlier, for example, on our event, and the government believes that they've made it a people's presidency versus what most countries deal with it as. Do you agree with that? And how do you think India has managed to put its own stamp on what is the prestigious stage of a G20 presidency?
No, I think there's many different ways, India's presidency will be seen to be different. One obviously is that we have taken not only G20 but the various engagement groups of G20 to different parts of the country. I believe events have been organized in as many as 60 cities and towns, which is for the first time G20 presidency is trying. We are setting the bar rather high. This might become the new template future presidencies. Second point I would like to highlight is that we started our presidency by raising the voice of Global South. Prime Minister hosting a virtual summit in January, which is very timely, very appropriate at a moment when developing countries belonging to so-called Global South are hurting. Their concerns, aspirations, interests need to be projected. And I believe our presidency of G20 is trying to do that.
Yeah. Ambassador Chinnoy, you want to add to something that, on that, how India has done the G20 presidency differently, because you've been involved with the think tanks as well?
Yeah, sure. So I speak as the Think 20 chair for India's G20 presidency. And let me tell you that the Think 20 is one of the most important engagement groups. It is in fact the ideas bank of the G20, and it's one of the biggest. And we've had about 64 events, not only around India, but also a few overseas. We have produced 400 policy papers. We had a Dropbox on our website to allow millions of others to participate by giving ideas, etc. So I can tell you that the outreach that we've had so far over the past 10 months or so has been phenomenal. We, in fact, for our summit in Mysore, as for every other meeting, including the media meeting in Mumbai, we have had about 135 scholars participating, representing virtually every major think tank and academic institution in India, but also across the world. There is an international advisory board that I chair, and there too, apart from maybe 3 Indians, the rest are all from different parts of the world. And I think we have actually ensured gender equality. We've ensured that Africa is represented, Latin America is represented, even the major powers are all represented. So I think we've done a phenomenal job. And that, when you take it to the government track of the G20, only gets magnified. You've seen how much more they've done.
So, in other words, India has truly managed to put its own stamp as far as this presidency is concerned. Ambassador Shankar, I want to begin by asking you, because we are working in an environment which is being called very divided, a divided world and a G20 presidency. So I want to begin by asking you first about the entire fallout of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Do you think India has convincingly managed to turn around the view of America and its allies, NATO countries, etc., on what was India's stand on the conflict, and what do you think helped India in doing so, if so?
Well, let me say first that when the G20 was set up at summit level, which was after the financial crisis, the world was more benign. The relationship between the great powers was not so antagonistic, erupting into direct conflict and a proxy war as we see in Russia and Ukraine today. You also see that the competition between the US and the Western world on the one hand and China on the other is also intensifying, both at the economic, military and technological level. So you're in a world which is far more fractured, which makes it more difficult to reach consensus in the G20. Now, initially, I think the Western world, and especially the US, had the expectation that India would have a position on Ukraine which would be close to theirs. But we have our own perspective on these issues, and we have a long-standing relationship with Russia. We understand that the Ukraine war is not a one-off, that there is an international historical context, and that Russia sees it as an existential struggle for itself. Ukraine too sees it as an existential struggle for itself. So it's a more complex situation than black or white. And we have strategic equities in Russia, and we have been able to explain to the US that our stand is not an anti-Western stand, but a stand which looks to protect India's strategic interests at a time when we have a live border. You know, 60% of our defense equipment is of Russian origin. There is no way that India would be able to ignore this fact.
So overall, you think this is an example of the heft of India's diplomacy today, that they've managed to do it despite the pretty strong criticism that was coming India's way and the pressure that was mounting on the entire stand over Russia?
Yes, I think it's also, I think the US for once is showing strategic patience. They are not showing impatience, saying, you know, demonstrate to us that you are with us in the next 5 minutes or else, which in the past sometimes has been their tendency. So they are willing to show strategic patience.
And that changes
and I think that there is an increasing convergence of strategic interests in Asia in establishing a more stable Asian balance of power, not under the domination of any one country, and this drives the relationship, enabling them to handle their differences better. Now, we are a developing country. The US is a developed country. Our perspective on many global issues will not necessarily be the same as that of the US. And I think now they understand that, and as long as we are able to navigate our differences in a mature way, without letting them, you know, grow into disputes, and as long as we keep our eye on the main ball, I think the relationship is robust.
Okay. Ambassador Chinoy, I want to come back to you. Do you think India can manage to reduce the shadow of the Russia-Ukraine conflict on this G20 summit, if not completely eliminate it? Or are we very much going to have it under the specter of what is going on?
Look, I think it's best for India to continue with the line that it's taken so far, which is one of neutrality, which is one of strategic autonomy. And so it's really, in my view, not for India to try and, dictate the contours of the agenda, because the G20, unlike the UN Security Council, does not have that privileged exceptionalism. There's no veto power. And in a group such as this, we work on the basis of consensus or near consensus. And therefore, I think on the one hand, everyone has a right to, present the picture as they see it. And we do recognize that there are many countries that see some kind of a linkage between the war in Ukraine and the economic situation and developmental issues and the trouble with food, fertilizer, finance and things like that. So I think we must give them that chance to express themselves. Having said that, I think it's our job to also tell them that the G20 is not the UN Security Council.
Yes.
It's also not the G7. And it's actually a much more representative grouping. And if I were to describe it, I would say in this era of fractured multilateralism, weakened multilateralism, a dysfunctional UN, a dysfunctional WTO, if you were to think of a dream team at the multilateral level, it is the G20. And it's going to become even more of a dream team when we bring in the AU.
Yeah.
And so make the most of that.
And don't hold it hostage to any one particular
Absolutely.
concern.
And the important thing is that India has succeeded throughout the year in bringing core developmental issues to front and center. And that is a huge achievement. So from my point of view, regardless of what comes out or does not come out in the form of a communique, the G20 presidency has always been hugely successful.
All right.
It's done its job.
Well, that's a big vote of thanks, vote of confidence coming from you. Ambassador Kant, I want to understand from you, the Russian president, the Chinese president are not coming. Particularly, how do you see the message with Xi Jinping giving it its kip? Is there a message, and what is that message for India?
Well, you know, Xi Jinping, as you know, he had attended previous G20 summits, except one when he couldn't travel because of pandemic. It was an expectation that he will come to India. He is not coming to India, sending his premier, Li Qiang, is a departure from past practice. I would like to believe that China remains strongly committed to G20 agenda. At the same time, the fact that Xi Jinping will not be participating in G20 summit reflects two things. One, state of relations between India and China at this point of time.
Yes.
The fact that relations continue to be in a downward spiral. And there's not much optimism at this point of time that things will start improving.
Anytime soon.
That's one. Second, I think it's also a signal to G20 as a grouping that China is not attaching as much
importance
to the grouping as it did in the past.
And why is that, you think? Why are they sending this message, especially this year?
Perhaps Xi Jinping feels more comfortable in settings like SU and BRICS, where China
carries more
pretend to be the leading player. Here, if you look at various outcome documents which have come out, there is a consensus among 7 countries and EU. 2 countries have failed to join the consensus, China and Russia. So they tend to be somewhat of odd men out. So there will be a degree of discomfort in Xi Jinping's presence, but we can only speculate why he's not coming. Bottom line is that I believe outcomes of G20 summit will not be undermined,
impacted because of the absence of both
because
Putin
of the absence
and Xi
of
Jinping.
President Putin and President Xi Jinping.
Ambassador Chinna, you want to add to it? I want to ask one supplementary question. How do you
could I chip in on this first?
Yeah,
All
sure.
right. So the fact of the matter is, I wouldn't lose too much sleep over President Xi Jinping not coming. If you look at last year, there were 3 leaders who were not there at Bali. You're aware that Russia, Brazil, and Mexico were represented by ministerial level functionaries. And if you look at the 2021 G20 summit in Rome, no less, and by then, don't forget, Rome had already bought into the BRI. The fact of the matter is that there were 6 leaders who didn't attend that. And that included China, Japan, Russia, and you had Mexico, Saudi Arabia, and South Africa. So it's not a big deal. Leaders sometimes are engrossed with their own priorities, and they can't make it. Sometimes they can't make it to the UNGA. And so that's par for the course. And in a system like the Chinese have, which is a centralized system, whether it is President Xi Jinping or whether it's his representative or the Premier, by the way, the Premier is a very senior person. roughly equivalent in that sense to being like a prime minister in the country. And so they would say the same thing. Country positions are not changed in an ad hoc manner.
So it's not a snub
No,
to
it's
India?
not. It's not a snub. Secondly, I wouldn't quite link the state of India-China relations to whether he came or not, or whether he had a pull-aside brief meeting in Bali or in Johannesburg. Serious matters like the India-China boundary question do not get resolved in this manner.
Okay.
And so I think the hype that's created, that if there is a meeting, will there be a meeting, will there not be a meeting, and if there is a meeting, then everything will get sorted out in Ladakh. Well, having spent 42 years on the trot in this space, and we've been colleagues in dealing with the boundary question, I can assure you that the boundary question is a complex issue which has a momentum of its own.
But I wanted to ask you a supplementary question. Do you see India-China relationship normalizing anytime soon? He doesn't think there's a lot of optimism right now. What is your take?
Well, look, in the long run, given that we will continue to coexist on either side of the Himalayas, and that will happen for hundreds of years, if not for thousands of years, I think it's a given that both sides will have to make an effort to bridge the gaps and to try and make this relationship work. I think successive leaders, whether it was Dr. Manmohan Singh, whether it was and is Prime Minister Modi, all of them have said, and Deng Xiaoping has also said it on the Chinese side, that India and China must give each other equal space and grow together in Asia. So there is scope for that, but it has to be done on the basis of mutual respect, equality, reciprocity, no unilateralism, no space for militarization, no space at all for the politics of domination and aggression and the attempts to create hierarchy and some kind of a unipolar system in Asia.
Okay.
That won't work.
Ambassador
Not
Shankar.
with India, not with Bharat.
Yeah, not with Bharat. That's a good one.
I would say that a lot would depend on Chinese behavior going forward.
Exactly.
Because what we've seen is a policy that China has adopted with regard to its maritime borders with East Asia and with Southeast Asia, and its land borders with India, where it says that its national policy is to establish sovereignty over every inch of Chinese territory. Now there are disputes with regard to these borders, but if unilateral solutions are sought, I think the relationship will be difficult to mend, and it will impact the relationship going forward. At the same time, our trade and economic ties have continued to grow, though sometimes at our cost, and that needs some kind of rebalancing in a sense. Yes, the effort will be to try to normalize relations, but as I said, a lot depends on Chinese behavior going forward, because India has not been aggressive vis-à-vis China.
Well, that's a given, of course. If the Chinese want to mend the relationship with India, they see sense in that, then obviously they will have to come to the table on the terms that you're talking about. But Ambassador Shankar, I do want to ask you, recently there was this Pew survey which said that most Indians believe, 68% of them believe, that India's image has gone up in the world under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. As a former diplomat, how do you see India's image and heft increasing, improving, if that's what you feel?
Well, I think India matters in the world as a country, irrespective of leadership. Let me make that quite clear. We are a country of almost 1.5 billion people. Look at that scale. If we eat pizza today, 1 billion people eat pizza today, it does something to the pizza market of the world. So whatever choices we make, whatever we do or do not do is going to impact the world. Secondly, we are a democracy. We have chosen adult franchise at the start of our democracy, even when we were very poor, we were very illiterate and not homogeneous, and yet we have managed to, what could I say, plow through our difficulties in a consensual way with mutual accommodation of new political groupings, bringing people who were marginalized into the process and adjusting. So that's the second reason why India matters. The third is our economy, which has been growing at a rate which, at the present juncture in particular, when a lot of countries face economic headwinds, is a cause for optimism that the Indian economy has reached a level of maturity where it is able to handle these crises and yet emerge intact. So if we look at the big growth areas of the future, then India is going to be one of the big growth areas of the future. And then our population, because it's highly... So I would say that leadership can add or subtract from the country's worth. But there are specific qualities that India has which will ensure that it matters in the world, and the more we grow our economy, the more we grow our technical capacities, the more we are seen as attractive in terms of the political model that we eschew, that we adopt, then I think, you know, we will matter more. Our weight will go up, and leadership will, you know, I would say, not be the key factor in terms of determining India's weight in the international system, though it can add to it.
It can add to it. Well, certainly the public, as far as the Pew survey is concerned, felt that under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India's image and heft has increased by 68% of the public that was surveyed at least felt so. But I do have to end on that note. I thank all of you for joining us, and we look forward to a wonderful week. It's been a great year in the run-up to the G20 summit in the national capital, and many, many thanks for joining us and sharing your views. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
A big round of applause for our panelists.
All right, we've made it now to our last conversation of the night. In the last few months, the term Vishwamitra, or universal friend for India, that phrase has become the cornerstone of how we frame our approach, the role we want to play in the G20. How can India set the tone for a summit that is productive, one that actually is able to establish a truly common, unified agenda? To dive into this, our last conversation for the night, CNN News 18's Anand Narsiman in conversation with Shri Piyush Goyal ji, the Union Minister for Commerce and Industry, Food and Public Distribution. I'll wait a second. He's of course also the leader of the House in the Rajya Sabha.
Ladies and gentlemen, before even I sit down to have a conversation with sir, I profusely want to thank you, because amidst the thick of things, once again, he has taken the time to come and be here live with us at this G20 town hall. So may I request you to please welcome him with a warm round of applause, and thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Sir, namaste and Jai Hind. Soon after the trade minister, before the trade ministers meet concluded, we had a conversation. So let me first start with what was the net outcome of the trade ministers meet, and how is that going to reflect at the summit level talks?
Thank you, Anand, and compliments to CNN News 18 for organizing this town hall so that more and more people recognize the importance of the G20 presidency and the significant gains that India will have thanks to our ability to bring convergence amongst countries with diverse opinions, our ability to talk for the global south, the developing nations, less developed countries, and the convergence of ideas, particularly with regard to the development priorities of the world, is truly going to help not only India but people across the world. So I'm glad that you have given all of us an opportunity to deliberate and discuss on the huge potential outcomes of the G20. I met you just before the trade and investment ministers meeting concluded. I'm happy to share with you that we came up with some significant deliverables in that meeting. There were many items which were for the first time agreed upon by all the nations. For example, we gave a Jaipur call for action where we are hoping we'll be able to create opportunities for the MSMEs amongst all the G20 countries and invitee nations, and see how MSMEs get better data and information, which often is missing in their work. Similarly, we were able to look at creating a compendium of all the global value chains. There are so many different value chains. For example, mobile manufacturing is a huge global value chain, where now people are looking for trusted partners. And India has started playing an increasingly important role in that chain. Like that, other developing countries, less developed countries also should get such opportunities. So we're going to be mapping such global value chains. Similarly, we talked about digitalization of trade documents. There's so many plethora of documents and such confusion in the entire trade, particularly the logistics trade, that very often small business persons lose out on this, on the ability to participate in international trade. We have all collectively agreed on digitalization of such trade, international trade documents, which will not only benefit trade, but also give India and our software companies and our IT companies business opportunities. So I think Jaipur really gave out a call for the entire world to converge on areas of mutual interest, and my own belief is that the Jaipur G20 ministerial is not only outcome oriented, but will be remembered for years to come as probably one of the most hospitable G20s that trade ministers have ever had. A G20 where India was able to present its soft power in a big way. A G20 in which we were able to bring convergence on trade issues amongst very diverse opinions, particularly amongst the developed countries and less developed countries. So truly very, very redeeming and satisfying for India.
PM Narendra Modi has spoken with Money Control and he's given an interview where he said that the fact that the Troika is with the developing nations, so Indonesia, India and Brazil, also shows that the focus is shifting and that we will champion the cause of developing nations. Your thoughts on that?
I think it's a great sign that the world recognizes that the developing nations will be the engine of growth for the future. India with 1.4 billion young population, our average age is still under 30, and for the next 30 years we will continue to be a young nation with an average age under 30. And this is the period where India will drive global growth. We will be the engine of global growth. As aspirations of young India increase, as more and more youngsters start looking for the finer things of life, looking for ease of living, looking for comfort, and as income levels rapidly rise in India, we are going to be the demand driver for goods and services across the world. So I personally believe in the next 30 years, this young under 30 population of India is going to add at least $30 trillion to our GDP. At the very least, could be more. So by 2047, I see in the next 24 years, a $35 trillion Indian GDP, which will be the single largest opportunity for investors, and our own role in international trade will massively increase. Our soft power will be reflected across the world, and I'm happy to share with you the previous two engagements before I came here. I spent first almost 3 hours with the fashion industry of India, a huge potential which we can take across the world, which will help our artisans, our handloom weavers, our fashion designers, and can really create huge opportunities both for business and jobs. After that, I spent 2 hours with the service industry as a whole, healthcare, education, tourism, the IT industry. NASSCOM was represented there. The MICE sector, where we are going to make rapid strides in the days to come. Gradually, the focus will be to get the world's biggest exhibitions and conferences and seminars in India. And we are building the ecosystem and infrastructure for that.
You have built the Bharat Mandapam, and we saw what happened there. I was privy to that around the sidelines of B20, that fantastic dinner, and you showcased, you're also the textile minister, so that fashion show was there. So the question was that time and again this conversation happens, that we want to do something with textiles, we want to do something with services. But are our entrepreneurs, our designers really taking the bite? Are they really ready to take the leap?
Well,
there seems to be a reluctance
I
there.
tell you, I started my conversation with the fashion designers by thanking them because the top designers were all in the room from various parts of India, absolutely the top designers. And they all acknowledged that it's probably the first time that they've all got together in one room. And we had invited 22. 21 of them participated.
Oh, fantastic.
And one who didn't come, by coincidence, somebody else came into the room. So we had a full house. And we had, let me tell you, a designer of the fame of Manish Malhotra who joined in from London because he was not in India. I'm just sharing with you the excitement in the industry, the confidence the industry has in Prime Minister Modi's leadership, and the fact that when Mr. Modi is presenting the soft power to the world, he means business. And when he presents, his government presents, the world will take note. And they acknowledge that it's the first time so many of them from, and all reputed names, have got together in one room. And by the way, what you saw that day was an exposition of Prime Minister Modi's 5F vision. He had articulated this way back when he was Chief Minister of Gujarat. The farm to fiber, fiber to fabric, fabric to fashion, and fashion to foreign. This 5F vision is going to define India's foray into the world in the textile sector. It's going to provide millions of our young boys and girls with new opportunities. It's going to give a new lease of life to our artisans, to our weavers, to people associated with the khadi sector, handloom sector. And going forward, I think it's going to add tremendous value and a value proposition for the entire textile sector.
Sir, आप ट्रेड मिनिस्टर भी हैं, कॉमर्स मिनिस्टर हैं, आप चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट भी हैं, so I don't need to explain to you return on investment and profit and loss. So lot of the questions are around how competitive are we. So from the Indian entrepreneur, manufacturer, designer point of view, am I going to be competitive in the international market? And from the international point of view, is the India market not just attractive because of potential, but also in terms of doing business? So where are we there?
Of course, India doesn't market itself only as a cost competitive nation. We are cost competitive. Our GDP, even on a purchasing power parity PPP, today is really 3 or 4x of our nominal GDP, which means that effectively for every rupee that we spend in India, we get 3 times or 4 times value. And therefore India is a very, very valuable proposition for its cost competitiveness. Having said that, what we are marketing today is the competence, the skills and the talent of young India. What we are marketing today is a stable political story. What we are marketing today is decisive leadership, willing to reform, willing to perform and hence transform India's future. What we are marketing today is our ability to meet the highest quality standards. What we are marketing today is trust. The fact that the world trusts India, Indian business, Indian people, Indian political leadership. Trust is what is opening the doors for India. Trust is what is getting the world to sit up and notice the India story. And that is what is our strength today. And that is what I think going forward is going to power the growth engine of India to a $35 trillion developed nation by 2040.
So that was going to be my next question. Do they really trust us? Because especially if you look at developing nations, African nations, nations in the Asia-Oceania region, whoever they have relied on has come back and stabbed them or used them, exploited them. Why should they trust
The good
India?
part about India is that India has never been an expansionist country. India has always been a friendly country. India has never tried to expand its borders. India has never had hidden subsidies or hidden laws and principles of working. Everything we do in India is transparent. For as little as 10 cents, you can get any paper in the government of India. Our openness is legendary. And therefore the world knows that we do what we say and we say what we do. And that is our strength. We make promises which we can perform on, which we can deliver on. A case in point is when COVID hit India and the rest of the world. Almost throughout the world you saw disruption. India saw orderly transition. Even when we had the lockdown, we engaged with our industry, we engaged with our service sector, so much so that through the lockdown and the entire 2-year COVID period, we did not let down a single international commitment that India or Indian business made to the world. In fact, we quickly rejigged our work processes. We allowed work from home faster than anybody else in the world, and therefore there was no disruption in provision of services to any international player. And today, India is a part of the services chain of almost every global 500 company or Fortune 500 company. Nobody has ever complained that for a minute also, India saw disruption. Our power was up and running throughout, which means coal and all the raw materials were reaching power plants. They all ran through COVID. Railways ran through COVID, so there was no disruption in logistics. Trucking was allowed liberally. There was absolutely no disruption in our logistics system. Factories which produced for export were given permissions to run, of course, with due COVID protocol.
Yes.
So India earned that trust. And I remember at the G20 summit in Rome in 2021, when Prime Minister Modi first articulated his concept of a trusted partner, that India will be the trusted partner of the world. Every country in the room acknowledged that, and every speaker after Prime Minister Modi alluded to the fact that they look upon India as a trusted partner.
But sir, ये उसूल भी है ना कि जब कोई नया आता है कहता है मेरे पे ट्रस्ट करो, then the existing one से देखते हैं धंधा कैसे करता है. So how do we counter that, especially when we want to work with such nations also?
हमने तो परफॉर्म करके ये ट्रस्ट कमाए. हमने सिर्फ वादा नहीं किया, हमने जो कहा वो किया. So we have earned that trust, and we have the confidence in 140 crore Indians that they will continue to maintain that trust of the world. After all, ये सरकार अकेले थोड़ी कर सकती थी. हमने तो enabling environment बनाया. We have very senior people here. We have Rekha ji sitting here. She knows how quickly we reject into work from home and how everything went smoothly throughout the COVID period. We have people from the pharma industry sitting in the room today. They can be a beacon of hope for the world because we did not let down a single country which needed medicines that were available in India. Even when we restricted medicines, it was not with the intention not to supply. The intention was that traders and big business doesn't corner the available medicines in India and profit from it. We wanted to make sure the less developed countries or developing countries also get equal medicines as much as the developed countries had. So while we supplied to Europe and America, we made sure that every Pacific Island nation, every Caribbean nation, every African nation who needed any medicine, who needed vaccines. Our neighbors, Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, nobody ever had to be concerned that they will have to pay an arm and a leg for medicines, vaccines. In fact, more than 100 countries got medical supplies free of charge from India through our government-to-government funding. And I must, for your viewers to know why we have earned that trust, share a small story, if you give me 2 or 3 minutes.
Please, go ahead, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, I received a call from the G20 Sherpa of Germany, who was also the advisor to the then Chancellor, Honorable Angela Merkel. His name was Henrik, Lars Henrik. I'm giving the name so that it's verifiable. Lars Henrik called me up and we were discussing some medicines and some medical supplies that they required. So he gave out a laundry list. I was making my notes and I was assuring him, because I knew most of those things were available, that we'll make those supplies available. Even before the conversation ended, he said, Chancellor Merkel has asked me to also convey to you that we would like to give a 35 million euro grant to support India in its fight against COVID. I said, Henrik, that's not for me to discuss with you. It's not my remit. That's something which you will have to discuss or offer to the Ministry of Finance. And you can discuss with them what terms, what you want to give, what you don't want to give. What we are discussing is your medical supplies. And there's no linkage between the two. It's not as if I'll give you those medical supplies.
It's not transactional.
Because you're giving us this grant. He said, no, Piyush, there's more to it. We also want to give a 200 million euro long-term development finance, development aid to India, which you can repay over a very long period, and probably it was interest-free or something. I said, Henrik, you're missing the point. I can't discuss this. It's not my remit. And the medicines are not contingent to all of this. You can discuss that separately with finance. And to this date, friends, Anand, to this day I don't know whether India accepted that 35 million or that 200 million. I don't know what happened about it. Did that conversation proceed? Whether they offered it again, whether we accepted it, I don't know. I've never bothered to find out. Because what we gave them at our regular prices, no profiteering, was medical supplies which Germany needed. They got all of that. There was no quid pro quo. And that is why I say, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has brought a leadership to this country which has earned the trust of the world.
Very well said there, sir. And if this trust manifests and we are able to deliver and continue to live upon that, it's only good for us. But my point of view was not just from the internal perspective that we will deliver or the 140 crore Indians will deliver. It's about the others who are also watching us grow. And on the face of it, they will tell you, हाँ, अच्छा, करो, करो. And then पीछे से they'll say, देखते हैं कैसे करता है. So how do you deal with that? And do you see that happening? And when you enter the room, you know what the intent is. So how do you work through that, especially when we are positioning ourselves as a bridge nation? I'll come to that later. Ji.
Anand, of late, a lot of countries and a lot of group of countries have been engaged with India and increasingly continue to want to engage with India, to have free trade agreements with us, to expand their trading and business relations with us, to make it easier to do two-way trade with India. All of these are signs of an economy that is being respected and an economy which holds tremendous potential as the world perceives it today. So I mean, I have nations approaching me literally every couple of weeks. Another nation adds on to the list of countries who want to negotiate a free trade agreement with India. We don't have any more bandwidth. Half the times we are struggling with 2 shifts. So I have a person negotiating with UK in the morning and possibly concluding the final agreement with Australia in the late evening when it's morning hours in Australia.
The Australian ambassador is here. He's in the...
So we are all the time kind of literally struggling, giving dates and engaging with different countries. That's the level of demand to expand business with India that we are finding across the world. And this is a two-way traffic. This will help Indian businesses. This will help, I'm sure, greater engagement on both sides in different areas. Everybody has some competitive strengths. Michael Porter's theory does hold true.
Correct.
That each country, each nation, the comparative advantage of nations, everybody has a competitive edge. We want to market certain things, they want to market certain things. It'll be a win-win, obviously, for both sets of negotiating parties. Otherwise, an agreement can never last long. So that is one signal that people want to engage more. Now, as regards the naysayers or as regards those people who are always worried and who see a devil in everything that's happening, those who are worried and negotiate from a position of weakness, from a position of being scared, they will never grow in life. So I always tell Indian industry, this is our time under the sun. Actually, our time under the sun and the moon today. To engage with the world, engage with confidence, and this newfound confidence that India has and which we have developed over the last few years is something which is truly very, very endearing. It builds a lot of confidence in Indian business and industry, and I can assure you, government of the day led by Prime Minister Modi, businesses led by their various chambers, their export promotion councils, captains of industry, big and small, our MSME sectors which is doing fantastic work. Everybody is today in a resurgent mode. Everybody is looking at the world as an opportunity to capture.
Sir, I have limited time. Two more questions from me, but I have the Australian High Commissioner with us, so he's got a question for you. So let's take that. Good evening, sir. Thank you. Yes, please.
Good evening, Anand, and thank you for the opportunity, and great to see you again, Minister Goyal. You're right, at the Jaipur meeting that you put on was extremely hospitable, and I and all the delegates enjoyed it. You're also right that countries like Australia and our business people are taking India seriously. How couldn't you, when fifth largest economy of the world growing at 7.8% per annum? That's something. But my question is about the way in which people in this country will see your G20. I mean, I accept your digitalization agenda and I accept your compendium, but they're removed from the interests of ordinary people, aren't they? How does the man and woman in the street perceive this? The farmer in the field, the service worker at her desk, the fisherman with his net. What do they get from this?
High Commissioner, very clearly, the people of India are very smart. Otherwise, we wouldn't be the fifth largest economy, aspiring to become the third largest in the next 4 or 5 years, and beyond, even higher. The people of India also understand that when the country grows, opportunities grow, our young children will get better and better future for their children, for themselves and for the generations beyond. Our fishermen recognize that as we expand trading relations with Australia, with UK, with EU, with Canada, with the US through the IPEF, with the GCC countries, with EFTA, the Switzerland and other neighboring countries consortium, as Peru, Uruguay, everybody wants to increase relations and get into FTAs with India. All of these will open the doors for the fishermen to sell their produce, for our farmers to sell their produce to the world. As food processing grows in India, we'll obviously be able to meet the increasing needs of a growing middle class, expected to cross 700 million by 2030. Of the 13.5 crore or 135 million people who've come out of poverty in the last 5 years, they all want good quality products, they all want packaged foods, and our exports are also growing. All of this ultimately translates to our farmer getting a better value for his produce. So I think the people of India recognize, and they've seen it in action. Look at our sugar industry. Our sugar industry, which used to permanently be in distress. You had people, farmers coming out of the streets to recover their sugarcane dues. And many of them were not getting their dues for 2 years. In the last 9 years, the Modi government has carefully crafted the ethanol program. We are aspiring to be about 12% ethanol blending in petrol this year, and to grow to 20% in the next 2 or 3 years.
3 years.
Also, now looking at flexi engines in collaboration with Brazil, so that we can go right up to 100% ethanol-powered vehicles. Now, all of these are well-crafted programs, and they're not a single agenda program. This government thinks multifaceted. Now, look, we are helping our sugarcane farmers. They get paid in their dues in time.
Yes.
Last season's dues are 99% plus paid. Our sugar industry has got revived. Half of them used to be sick units. All of them have turned profitable. They now make their own energy. They do biodiesel. They make ethanol. And of course also supply to the wine industry, which we hope will grow with collaborations with Australian technology. That's what the grape farmers were so excited about when we signed up with you for the Ekta agreement. Our ethanol program also helps us save foreign exchange, because that's precious for us in a trade deficit and a crude oil deficit country. So we are saving billions of dollars in our foreign exchange, which we had to otherwise import as we blend more and more ethanol. We are providing jobs to Indians who are working in these ethanol factories. We've given a big boost to CAPEX, where these ethanol factories have come up. So this government is not unitary in its thinking. It's binary. It's rather multifaceted in every program that we come up.
Sir, I've run out of time, but I'm going to beg indulgence. There are a lot of hands up, so can we just take another 5 minutes? One more question is what we will take, sir. And then there is something next to you, which I'll request your indulgence on. But yes, please.
Sir, I'm Yogendra Kapoor, Chartered Accountant by profession and an economist. As you have just said, that the balance of power in terms of growth engine is shifting towards global south, which includes India as well. My question to you is, why then still the international financial institutions are skeptical in funding the projects in down south? And how can India change that perception?
I think a lot of the international financial institutions, and for that matter, many organizations around the world, if I may use a term, live with the hesitations of history. They continue to live in the past. They have not yet recognized and realized the fast transforming nature of Indian economy, the people of India, their talent and their abilities. That is why we in the government are now embarking on a massive outreach program, taking missions across the world. We are engaging in attracting people from across the world to come to India. After all, the G20 was held in over 60 locations. Over 100,000 people came to India. We had big businesses and captains of industry from across the world, ministers from across the world, and now the leaders from across the world will come and see the new India. All of these experiences will filter as they go back to their countries to other people. We are in the next few months going to have some of the largest trade shows and expositions. Today, I've asked the services sector to have the world's largest services exhibition and expo in India in the next 6-7 months. We are going to have the world's largest textile show in February next year. We are also contemplating a large food expo in the next 6 months. Now, these are all going to be the world's largest, nothing short of that. The world is going to see India in a new light. We've already got Bharat Mandapam and the entire complex there rejuvenated to meet the needs of world-class exhibitions. We have a huge complex which is going to be soon unveiled. Details will follow very shortly.
Dwarka.
We have, well, a lot of things are happening. India is coming out of the shadows, and India will lead the world's recognition of the global south as the demand center and the engine of growth in the future. I think times are changing. They're changing fast. We need to have that self-confidence, and we need to work with the ability and our desire being boundless. We need not let the past hold back our future.
Ladies and gentlemen, fantastic answer there. Sir, I've run out of time, but I've got just 6 questions which are going to be very straightforward. Sir, this is yes and no, and I'm going to guess. So all you need to do is yes or no. You don't need to answer anything, and if you don't feel like offering any comment, you can keep it down. Or danda bhi padega baad mein, wo theek hai. Sir, my first question, are we hopeful of focusing on consensus despite conflict at the G20 statement? There is an ACTA with Australia. Are we confident of a free trade agreement with the UK? Is it in the works? Is it going to be announced soon? Yes. Has the FTA with Canada gone into cold storage?
We are reviewing the progress on that, and it will take some time before we restart discussions on Canada.
Conversations with the EU on ACTA?
Fantastic. The progress is unbelievable. In fact, my colleague Minister Valdis Dombrovskis was here for the G20 ministerial, and after that we ran through the entire FTA discussions, and you'll be happy to know that in the history of EU, there has never been any other FTA engagement where they've had as many rounds as they've had with India in 1 year. It's a historical first for the EU, and we are making outstanding progress.
Fantastic. Is India now being seen as the problem, as the solution and not the problem at WTO?
Not only in WTO, in every multilateral engagement. And right since 2014, Paris, COP21, India led the world initiative. Without India, there would have been no Paris Agreement at COP21. Glasgow, the COP at Glasgow COP26, I think it was. It was India's net zero commitment at 2070 that stole the show. It is India's life mission on sustainability, lifestyle for environment, which is today the accepted norm and the future, where sustainability, circularity, reuse, recycle, and sustainable lifestyles. We can't have the West preach about sustainability and continue to have a 14-inch Domino's pizza, half of which goes into the dustbin. We can't have the kind of wasteful consumption that the developed world continues to have, pardon me, High Commissioner, and then preach about sustainability to us. So India is a demander and a leader and the provider of solutions to the world.
So my next question is on another role which we have not focused on today. Is there a surprise between the 18th and the 22nd in Parliament? You can say yes or no.
Surprises are meant to be surprises.
So you can say yes or no.
Surprises are meant to be surprises.
So do you know what the surprise is? You can say yes or no.
No, but if I tell you, then where would be
no,
the...
sir, you
I
can
think your wife has never kept a surprise birthday party for you.
So I'm just asking you if you know or if you don't know.
Has your wife ever kept a surprise birthday party for you?
Yes, yes.
I had kept one for my wife also, though I got big bags. She said, never ever surprise me again.
Are you going to tell us what the surprise is?
Did you tell your wife the surprise?
Ladies and gentlemen, Shri Piyush Goyal.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you to give one more round of applause for the Union Minister. With that conversation, CNN News 18's G20 Town Hall comes to an end. A big thank you once again to Shri Piyush Goyal ji and Anand. We'd also like to thank our sponsors once again, Reliance Industries Limited, Yes Bank and Volkswagen. Ladies and gentlemen, do join us. There's dinner right outside.